Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Yume Nikki Flagambi Bargibu Blagari Blagara Bagabaga, a game series I've never even heard of. So I tried to do some digging on the behind the scenes of this and actually found virtually nothing. In fact, prior to, 2 weeks ago, I literally never heard of this game. Now, this is funny because several people are like, oh my god, it's so historically significant, and it's so important to history, and I'm just sitting here going, I've never even heard of this! So, it makes sense. It's apparently historically significant for two types of games I tend to avoid. Horror games and RPG Maker games. Now, here's the funny thing. Oh, I love beloved classics. Those are always fantastic to review. Anyways, I did do a little bit looking, though. Apparently this game was made in RPG Maker 2003 version, specifically, and came out in 2004. The reason I find that funny is anybody who actually knows me knows that I have played with RPG Maker before, and I've actually designed a few games and learned a decent amount about scripting and coding in RPG Maker. The specific version was 2003. That has nothing to do with anything. I just found that little anecdote very funny. Apparently, the maker of this game is notoriously unavailable for any kind of interviews or access whatsoever. There's apparently an interview by Toby Fox, who managed to get probably the least useful interview in the history of mankind with this person. And that's about all I got. That's the full list. I should probably mention, I have put real thought into not reviewing this game. And I want you to understand how against my very nature that feels to just decide to not review it. One of our very own viewers, Ivo Iliani, helped make a game during a game jam earlier this year, which I reviewed. So that's the level of just the way my brain works. I am an organized, categorized person. That's wheels, right? Wheels and gears. So, without any further ado, so we're going to start off immediately with this music. I'll let you listen to it for a bit. I actually had this game up while I was doing some of the prep work, and then I closed it down because of this song. Let me know when it starts drilling in. Just you know, it's just kind of. Okay, we're already there. Okay. How to play. You're in the bedroom, you get in bed, you go to the dream world, you pinch your cheek, which is the number key 9, and then you go back to bed. Okay. By remaining in certain spots, you will acquire a new effect to use. By examining, wow, that's hard to read, certain spots, you will acquire a new effect to use. Use the enter key to examine. After using one of these effects from the menu, your appearance will change. You can get rid of the effects in the room of doors, which is number key 5. Okay. You can save the game by waking up and checking the desk in the bedroom. Adjusting sound levels, please wait. Oh yeah, that's 2003 right there. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's play some SNES really quick. Oh, we have to catch them, not avoid them. Okay, hang on. Yeah, yes, I get it, King. I get it. Yep. Yeah. Okay. What? How do I... Oh, okay, there we go. How do I jump? How do I jump? Up does not jump. Okay, it's enter. Okay. Okay, so 15 negatives to everything. Get some better games. Jesus, this person is sad and pathetic. Imagine playing Dig Dug 2 for a while. I used to play Dig Dug 2 a lot because it was one of the only NES games I had for a while there. Anyways, so. Here's the nightmarish hellscape that is my home. You can tell it's a nightmarish hellscape because I actually need 2 air conditioners. And I'll leave my shoes outside. So obviously I'm Japanese. Filthy. Am I the only one who it bugs the crap out of me that people don't take off their shoes when they come inside? Oh my god. Granted, I'm usually the person who's cleaning. So, you know, that's part of why I insist. Yeah, I have a mat at the door, Mike Kamano. Come on, I'm not a savage. I am barely human. Alright. Anyways, hang on. I need to answer Judo Joker's question. Totally unrelated to anything. Let's see. Mercenaries 2, PS3 is a better version, PC is portitis. So, why does everyone want to add PS3 games? Alright, here's the bottom line. I have no problem just sitting on a PS3 game that people want to add, because I'm currently doing it for like 6 separate games. So if you just want to add the PS3 version, that's fine. Having said that, why don't we go check something really quick? Let's just do our due diligence right now. You like this music, by the way? Okay, it looks like the PS3 version isn't super expensive, so I can just buy that without much issue. So that's my answer to you, Judo Joker. I suppose we'll go to sleep with our nightmarish carpet of death. Oh, the sky changed. Okay. Still have 2 air conditioners, though. Can I lower the game sound? Hang on. So no is the answer, but don't worry. We'll do negative 12. See if that feels right. I'll just let it sit here for a second. I love that you guys think this is loud because I can barely hear this. I swear. Okay, that's a slight exaggeration. I can hear it, but this isn't even close to what I would call loud. Okay, cool. Like, you want to hear loud? Let me start playing Gladiator at full volume. Alright, so. I'm not going to do that. I want to blow out your speakers. We have unlocked slower movement. 2004, Friskaborn. No, please. Stop being on the chair. Please? Please be stop being on the chair? Huh. Okay. We've woken up to get out of the chair. Fortunately, I was actually paying attention during that intro. Okay, so we're out of the chair. We have the hellscape that is... You know what? Hang on. I'm curious of something. Do you hear it now? Excellent. Okay, so here's Cthulhu Land. All right. So we've got Woodland, Cyberland, Computerland, Brickland, Pipeland, Stereoland, Mega Man 2 Land, Monsters Inc. Land. I don't know what that is, land. Tile Land, Shelf Land, Brickland, or no, sorry, that's what do you call those? The stone bricks in the ground? Ah, whatever. And I already mentioned Woodland. Mega Man 2 Land, let's do it. Let's do Mega Man 2 Land. Let's go to the front of Mega Man 2. Oh my god. Okay, so this is Mega Man 2 Land. It's I think the word I would use is psychedelic. Yeah, it's GeoCities. You know what? That's perfect. This is GeoCities. We're gonna get that off the screen there. So here's the eyes. There's the mouth. Up here's the hand. See? I guess. Like that on the screen. There we go. So everyone in chat, what do you think this thing is? We've seen eyes, mouth, hand. Let's see what's down here. The infinite abyss of hell. Seems big, whatever it is. It's the powerhouse of the cell. Okay, so that's like, I don't know what that is. Is that another hand? It is another hand. It's a detached hand. Okay, so it has a detached hand. Okay, so hang on. So there's the face. Right. And so down here, we have the extra hand. I'm trying to piece this thing together in my head here. And over here we have the tail? We're gonna go with tail. Feels tail-esque to me. Could be a foot. I guess because this is kind of tail-esque. Okay. So we've got a tail on the back, a foot on the front, a hand up top, a hand down below. How do you cheat in a game like this? What type of cheats could possibly exist in this format? So there's the bathroom. Oh, there's no objective, Leto. There's also no zoom out. Okay, so we've gone to the bathroom. If there's anything I know about going to the bathroom in a dream, it means I have to go to the bathroom in real life. Seriously, I hate those dreams. Because I never can, right? In the dream, you can never go to the bathroom. Because, you know, your brain has too many barriers preventing you from going to the bathroom when you have clothing touching yourself. So, like, when you're in bed surrounded by clothing, it's like there's a hard no. And then I wake up and I'm like, okay, fine. It controls terribly, but it's an RPG Maker game. I have to do this to play the game. You'll notice my arms are both over here right now. There's a save system? I'm pretty sure you have to save at the save point, which involves waking up. Okay, so there's a bicycle, apparently. Wait, does space work for directions? Let's see if we can rest our arm on our other armrest here. Go into my inventory. Yeah. Okay. Give me a minute. Hang on. Ah! Got it. It was actually numpad 0. For future reference. This is as good a time as I need to mention that I actually really dislike nonsense. No judgment. It's a personal preference thing. My mind is very, very boring. And so everything makes sense to me. Everything is nice, organized, and clean, and tidy. And that's just how my brain works. You know, gears and machines and math. So when I see things that are specifically designed to be psychedelic or nonsensical or whatever, I just kind of go, eh, and bounce off of it because I don't really see anything there, right? There's nothing there. Because there's nothing there. Sense make? There's actually a few games over the years that I've actually bounced off of pretty hard until I realized that there actually was a stronger narrative core and internal consistency to them. I can actually name 2 of them right off the top of my head. Earthbound and Undertale. Some of you probably don't remember this, but I resisted playing Undertale for like a solid 2 years, I think. Until finally, like, the latest version had come out and people had bugged me enough, and finally I was like, fine, I'll go ahead and play Undertale. And at first I was just bouncing off of it pretty hard, but for those of you who are familiar with Undertale, it has a tremendous amount of internal consistency and solid logic to it, which then, you know, made it appeal to me. Same thing with Earthbound. Earthbound is quirky, but it's not actually nonsense. There is a consistency to it. Most of the things that happen in Earthbound might be silly, but they are logical. I am extremely stubborn. That's why I'm still alive. And yes, I know, it's not necessarily a good thing. It is actually something I struggle with, if I'm being completely honest. I have streamed Undertale, although a very long time ago. I think I'm willing to leave the Mega Man 2 zone now. And say thank you to Game Geek. Thank you very, very much. I will go jot that down real quick, lack. Game's not muted, there's just no sound here. For DBZ Kakarot, Naruto, etc. And Starfield Shattered Space. Thank you, Game Geek. So, we did the Mega Man 2 stage. What else we've got? Hang on, let's go through these again here. So, I know, Anosians. So we've got Woodland, Cyberland, Computerland, Brickland, Pipeland, Stereoland, Tileland. We'll call that Office Space Land. We'll call that Inca Land. Pink Land. I'm running out of names here. And finally, Hovercart Land. There we go. Which one should we do? See, my dreams, I'm really boring. I tend to dream. I tend to be aware that I'm dreaming, first and foremost. But second of all, I also almost consistently dream about things that make perfect sense. I may skip over steps, like that's a common thing, right? What I mean by that is in dream logic, I've actually discussed dream logic before. Dream logic, when you're dreaming, tends to skip the in-between stuff, because even in things like your memory, you tend to ignore those things, right? Let me use a specific example. What do you do when you go to the grocery store? This is going to vary based on the individual, but I'll go ahead and give you my answer to this question. I go ahead and I go upstairs, I grab my keys. Well, there we go. Oh, these are my keys. I grab my keys, head up to the car, get in the car, check while I'm getting out, head out, start up some music, drive, find a good spot, park, get out, go into the grocery store, start looking for food. But if you're paying attention, your brain enters different gears during that process, right? In dream logic, what you're thinking is, I want to go get groceries. So what you'll do in a dream is you'll open a door, and that's the grocery store, right? It just skips all that middle stuff, because that middle stuff isn't actually the thing that your brain is focusing on. Make sense? So I've seen very few works over the years do a good job of writing dream logic, because most writers, when they think of dream logic, they think of nonsense. They don't actually think about how our brains process things when it comes to dreams. And by the way, one of those things is My Little Pony, of all things, which actually does a really, really good job of that. This is also true with certain types of trends. For example, let's say you're dreaming about being helpless or powerless. So you might be in a state where you're bound, right? You've got ropes around you and you can't even really move. And it could seamlessly transition from being bound into a state where you are, and I'll use a personal example here, driving a car where the brakes don't work. Both of these things seem unrelated, but the same theme is consistent across this singular dream. You are powerless. You can't move. You can't stop. And so in both conditions, what you are trying to do, what you're trying to accomplish, can't. Make sense? So this kind of thing absolutely comes out in a lot of dream logic. And obviously everyone's brains work differently. And I should also mention I am neurotypical. So I know that my dreams are a little bit different than people who are neurodivergent. And of course, neurodivergency is itself a whole gradient. So bunch of asterisks on top of all of this. But my overall point is that this kind of thing, there are degrees of consistency into how human brains process things. One of the earliest things I had a theory about, and this is still technically a theory, is that dreams is when you are processing, you are chewing on and digesting the rest of the thoughts that you didn't actually have a chance to finish thinking about over the course of the day. Now, that might just be me, but it is something that I have noticed consistently. Yes, I do in Oceans, although there's some asterisks to that. That's its own thing. Anyways. So, words. Someone said the blood dream. No, no, no. Dream Whisperer said Computer Dream. Let's go to Computer Land. Okay. It is definitely Computer Land. Yep. El Nakamun side. Yes, Mike Romano. Okay, so I'm already tired of this song, so we're just gonna do that really quick here. It's okay, I actually literally have a computer-esque playlist. I call it Technology High. So we'll just get this going here with, what would be a good song to start off with? Let's go with this. Oh, hang on, that's gonna be really quiet because I have everything turned down. There we go. Not sure about the Phantasy Star thing. And it would be more accurate to say, if it's true, that Undertale has some songs from this. If I told you anything about it, you'd guess it immediately, Loke. Any hint I give is just going to give it away. One. Okay, so we're already at the sympathy. There you go. Kingdom Hearts 2, Tron World. This is the generic overall navigation theme for the Tron stage. Space Paranoids is what it's called. And did he, if I had an answer for that, then I would probably give it to you. Ooh. Oh my god, I hate you, Blade Triple. Come on back, work with me. Ah. Yeah, let me turn this down to normal levels. And then turn this up to normal levels. Ah! Oh, I can interact with this. Yeah, we're on the grid now. The last time I had a proper massage, Bregwin, was when my teacher was doing it on me. Back when I learned massaging. I was pretty young. Unless you count the self-massages. I actually got it to... Have I shown you this thing? This thing. This is for anybody who happen to know anything about massaging and wish you could have a self-massager, because this is it. The whole point is, it's actually well designed, because you got your two grips, and based on how you hold it, I'm getting the underside of my shoulder blade, for example, my lowest ribs right now. And it's also got little nubs. Those ones right there. And those ones right there. See? And so this helps. Like right now I can get this on my spine right there. See? You just gotta do this. Now, you need to know what you're doing first. That's why I preface this with saying, if you already know anything about massaging. Yeah, no, you have to already have some knowledge here. I'm not lying. That's the catch, isn't it? Some people will sell this as like, oh my god, magic fix stick. Doesn't work that way. Even those massage guns don't work that way, honestly. Still need to know what you're doing. But my back actually is giving me issues, so forgive me for trying to pull that knot out right there. Right under the shoulder blade. I hate that spot. That hurts, but it'll hurt a lot less in a few minutes. Fine. Just for you, Yura. Here you go. The in-game music. Yeah, let me turn it back down. What was that, -12? Yeah, there we go. You know what? I'll just pick up my headphones. This is perfect. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'll suffer. I'll suffer. For you, Archeon Vale. For you, I will suffer. Hang on. So I hadn't finished mapping out the previous era, so let's go finish mapping that out first. This is really loud. No, it's fine, Yura. It's one of those funny things. Like, the only way to properly understand what the game's doing is to suffer. I'm not being facetious. I'm being quite sincere. Well, there's where we came in. So it does loop vertically. I kind of figured, because I think the previous level did too. What the hell's going on? Well, so let me explain something to you for just a second. There's this thing. It's called elitist dickheadery. Now, you may or may not have encountered elitist dickheadery at some point or another in your life. It's a semi-common infliction, especially amongst those who have extremely small penises. Now, as a direct consequence of this, they feel the need to try and buff up themselves in whatever manner they can, whatever thing happens to be something that they actually know about. One of the more common examples of this is when someone tries to make up bullcrap in order to attempt to try and add some brownie points to their overall social standing. In other words, someone who just can't wait to talk about something because, oh, it's going to make people think I'm just so amazing and so smart, right? Something like that. Now, here's the thing. You're probably thinking, but that applies to a lot of people. See, intent and execution matters. Let's assume for a moment, random example, that you know a lot about Doom 5. And so you go ahead and you talk about Doom 5. That's not being a dickhead. That's just sharing the knowledge you actually have. Nothing wrong with that. No. The specific incident I'm referring to, the specific phenomenon, is more like you don't know Doom 5, and then someone sits down and starts playing Doom 5, and you just start making stuff up to make it seem like you know about Doom 5, when you, of course, do not. Now, why do I bring all this up now? Am I saying that this game is trying to be deep and emphatic and hold this thing and it's all just a little bullcrap? No, I have no idea. I just started playing this game 34 minutes ago, so I have no idea what's going on in this game. The reason I bring all this up is, ignoring the obvious elitist dickheadery, there's a certain, let's call it, anxiety about not knowing what you're talking about. Whether you're in a classroom or an office or a stream, and you are expected to talk about something. You're expected to come up with something worthy of the other people's times, and that anxiety kicks in. And you just feel the need to say something, anything. And so you start scrambling in the back of your brain. Some of you, if you've ever experienced this before, you're scrambling in the back of your brains, trying to come up with something to talk about. Oh God, oh God. Yes, Doom 5. The reason they call it Eternal is because there was a clear emphasis on J.X. Pafalski's Third Symphony of the eternal life and existence, and how our suffering mirrors our everyday life and our interactions with the greater hive-minded, and you just start making stuff up because you're kind of mentally panicking in a way, trying to come up with something worth talking about. Anyways, that's me right now, because I have no idea what's going on, and I am scrambling in the back of my brain trying to come up with anything worth talking about. I'm looking at the things of, like, the music and, like, is the music significant in any way? And the answer I come up with is no. Okay. How about the usage of neon colors? Is that significant in any way? No. Okay. Is there any kind of relevance to the fact that there's, like, a bunch of weird slime claw scarab things? No. I have come up with nothing. I have nothing to talk about because this is total nonsense and I see nothing except for total nonsense. Ah! I need to do more drugs. I need to... Wait. I've got it. Hang on. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's stuff. Oh, yeah. So you see what we're encountering here. I don't know where this accent's coming from. It all makes sense now. This is a microcosm of the universe being expressed through the fourth... No, hang on. Mute. Hang on. I need to look up an exact quote. Give me a second. I need to look up an exact quote. Please, forgive me. Oh, and if any of you are wondering, this is... oh God, what's it actually called? It's the allergy nasal spray. That's all it is. I get a generic brand. Flonase, that's what they call it. Flonase. Here we go. Hang on. Okay, so here's the trip there. Yeah. Here we go. I have finally awakened the inner me, the true self. I am able to stare into my own soul hard enough to burn a hole in my psyche. I am now comfortable enough to stare at the real me, the true self, and burn the impression into my super ego. I want to be in this comfort zone at all time, anytime, or at no time. The absolute irony and study of self-identification is telling me that my id... All right, we're done. Sorry, I didn't mean to violate the anti-porn laws, Bregwin. Well, anyways, moving on. We're just gonna start going clockwise. Okay. So this is obviously the symmetry room. I've been asked to do ASMR videos before. I don't think I could. So clearly this is the I've got it. I've got it, okay? This is how this person views the world. They see people as nothing more than abstract objects, barely connected to each other, functioning in only one of two methods of interaction with the main character. Either the fork, to provide food, or the shield, which presents a face. And the face is how they defend themselves, right? They defend themselves by putting a mask up and saying, this is the real me. Please hold back and don't interact with me. And that's their mask, but their true faces have no expressions because their super ego has imposed a hole on their psyche, causing their id to... Okay, we're done. Yura, you done screwed up, yo. The sprite work is, a cat. Oh man, screw that. Back to the bicycle. I'm wanting as hard as I can. Well, we are now the devil. Why didn't you do it, Mr. Red? Why'd you do it? Alright, hang on. We never got anything in the computer world. I actually got really turned around in the computer world because these colors, my god. Don't worry. I am more than willing to kill my dreams to progress. Yeah, this game's extremely popular. I believe that. I never heard of it before until about 2 weeks ago. Then I have accomplished my goal playable. See, the overall map size isn't all that big. We've already looped. Do I need to Zelda 1 this? Yeah, in Zelda 1, they wanted you to make your own maps. That's why there's functionally no in-game map. Alright, hang on. Where's my pen? Let's do this. By complete coincidence, I actually have paper in front of me right now. For one of the only times in my life. It's how I've been keeping track of uploading the Streaminations. No, Yura. No. Okay, so. There's our door. Going up, we find square, which is a small room. Going up there, we find biggest dickus, which is also a square room. Another square room with nothing in it. And this should be the door room. Yep, and then we're looped. Yeah, it's only 4 tiles tall. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so. Excuse me. Now we'll go straight right. There we have... Hey, come on, man. Another small room. we have the frickin' thing from the other level. The monkey thing. Get out of the way. And then we have the loop. Yep. Okay. Tribal Unga Bunga. And that's the significance of the Unga Bunga, obviously. So here we have room with nothing. A room with nothing. A big room. And then this should be... Nope, this didn't loop, so big room. And then we're back to Unga Bunga. Yes, the tongue symbolizes the desire to constantly consume, the avarice of the modern consumer, ever engaging in more and more hedonistic delights, secretly yearning to control all that he beholds. I'm sorry, what? Okay, so here's big as dick is. So let's go down from here. This should lead us to nothing. Okay, so we're going down for biggest dickus. There's and then this is there. Yep, nope, that tracks. Yep, that's exactly where I thought it were. I did act. God have mercy on his soul. I hope he drags it out for years and makes a mockery of him, because the only way that'll do anything is by getting public attention on the matter. He'll never win legally. But at that point, winning legally isn't the goal. Okay, so if we go upper left, we find Knife Man. Oh, I hate wall humping. And there's Tongue Boy. Okay, so that's the tongue. Do I think he should have taken the walkway deal? That's an interesting question. So there's Knife Man. If we go down from Monkey, we get to a dead end. That's interesting. Yeah, apparently I've already missed it, Archeon, so clearly I need the help. This is person with way too long of hair pouring drinks. So we'll call this the Lush. And we have a nothing. Yep, that tracks. And if we go further left, this should be back in the main room. And that's because it is. Perfect. So far, everything's mapping out perfectly. No, what I want to do, Savicom, is I want a program that I could plug in a start date, and it could punch out a year, month, day, hour. It's actually a fairly simple concept, but I don't actually know enough vocabulary to make it happen. Okay, so that's here. This is here. And then this is here. Yep, okay, we're still solid. And then we should have looped. Which we have. Perfect. What? What? Where was it? Where was it? I missed it. It has to be the only thing that's different. Is this. It's the only thing. How is that? Okay, whatever. I'll be honest. I never would have noticed that. I'm going to be very real about that. I have no shame about admitting that I'm crap. Alright, so hang on. So we're back at... Where are we at? Are we at Shrugger? Yeah, we're at Shrugger. Indicators of progress. I assume these are our indicators of progress. We get items, which allow us to do things like this. Huh. We have gained the power of blur. We're now from the mid-aughts. Hey! Okay, so hang on. Oh, I already hate it, Zatalia. Okay, hang on. So we're in the second big room. I've actually lost the entrance to the pyramid area because I wasn't paying attention when I got there, so I don't remember how to get back there. And nothing on my map indicates where it is, so obviously I've missed something somewhere. There's the parrot. There's Biggest Dickus. We're going to leave that for now. So back to clockwise again. Alright, so let's go to Pipeland. Hand. Wait. We got to do Pipeland properly. So. Okay, here we go. Come on, go in. Okay, I'm done. Sorry. Oh, looks like we're in Creepland. You see, this is indicative of when we had this friend back in school, but she always looked down her nose at us. This is just Magus's lair. Excuse me, Magus's lair. I'm so sorry, Trihexia. See, there's our old friend who lost her head. Because we chopped it off, obviously. Yeah, that's pretty gross. Okay. Yep, so this is gross. Moving on. We all know demons love tomato soup. Okay. Well, I just hear people playing tennis in the background all the time. Wait. Hang on, Subcom. If I summon a demon, will they tell me how to get through this game? They'll be like, I've got a walkthrough. Ho, 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 ho. And I'm like, huh. Interesting, interesting. Tell me more. No, like a Doom demon. Or Forgotten Realms demon. I don't know, something like that. Not a demon. That's... Don't mess with that nonsense. It's taking too long. They'll be like, just go this way. Oh, okay. Okay, so we were going to do the pipe thing. Let's do the stereo thing. Okay, this is the land of the eyeballs. Okay. 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 Now, for the stream quality, just go straight to hell. This is what we dream after we've played Doom Eternal. and 4 and 1, 2, 3. We've been playing a lot of Doom lately. This is just what my dreams look like now. Yeah, that's actually a little bit painful. No joking. So we're gonna do this a little bit. Mazes in eye-searing places. This is probably the first thing that would be an objective negative to gameplay right here. We even have a category for it. No, surely there's another way out of this. I just want you to absorb the amazing music here for one more second. Well, don't worry. I'm pretty sure Vader is very responsible about how he gives his termination notices. There we go. You know, we're doing some pretty solid stuff towards the end of Season 4. I'm looking forward to it. There's world building here, would be my answer to you. And I'm not saying that to be facetious, although I do like being facetious from time to time. But for real, what world building? It's a bunch of like, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. I suppose this is part of why I'm such a boring person. A lot of people say they prefer stories that let them make up their own stories, that are deliberately vague or indistinct, or implied without stating outright. And I like that kind of stuff too, within reason. But I've seen a lot of people who prefer a story that isn't so that they can invent their own. And yeah, obviously this is all a gradient. But for me, there it is. But for me, I prefer having a story. It's one of the biggest things I get out of, you know, this kind of thing. Oh, we already been to Mega Man 2 land. That's a hell of a loop. I'm probably biased because I have no problem making my own kind of stories if I want to do that. And have. Blonde. That's not what I associate with the word blonde. Right. I'm gonna take out my headphones for a second. And yeah, honestly, the way this usually comes into my sphere of influence is something around the Dark Souls series. Now, I know what you're thinking. Wait a minute, Dark Souls has a story. Yeah, which you can find on YouTube. What's his name? The guy who puts together all the Dark Souls lore stuff. He's currently going through Elden Ring. Vat Vidya, that's him. Yeah, that's how you understand and appreciate the story of Dark Souls. Oh, don't mistake me, you can do what he does. Because all the stuff he pulls is from the game itself. But, no. Okay. Well, now I'm a faceless ghost. Very spooky. What amuses me the most is people who usually champion the Dark Souls storytelling method do so by insulting every other story in the history of the ever. By calling them things that spoon-feed to them. Or insisting that they like stories that don't insult their intelligence, which, by passive implication, immediately implies that those other stories insult their intelligence. I mean, spoon-feeding is something I myself dislike. Actual spoon-feeding. In fact, it's one of the most common negatives I tend to give stories. Actually, yes, Ross. And yeah, Majora's Mask actually does a similar thing. I did, Yura. It's because execution matters. If I tell you, man, I really like fruit pie, and then you shove a bunch of, oh, what's that really smelly fruit? I can't think of the name of. Into some crust, throw it in an oven for an hour, and then toss it at me. I'm probably not going to like that pie. Durian, that's it. I do actually like implication storytelling. I do. But Metroid Prime, for example, has very good implication storytelling. Whereas Dark Souls has, go look it up. Now, that actually varies, too. I say Dark Souls, but there's plenty of Souls-likes out there which have varying degrees of quality to the storytelling. Oh, excuse me. I'm surprised it took them this long, Act. And it also looks to be a port of the Switch port, which is a very, very strange decision for several reasons. Because it's faster. Welcome to Winters. I was about to say, of course it's only snowing inside, but it's actually snowing outside. You can just barely tell. The tree gives it away. Yes, Yura. He says you need to make stew tonight. So get on it. The benefit to looping areas. Well, If you don't understand how tiling works, it makes finding things harder, so that's cool. So you can effectively form a maze without actually having walls. You know, you could have a place like this, right? And then you put the thing you want over here, the thing you want here, then you tile it. So the more they roam, the less they know where they are. And it's even harder to get back. So it kind of, even if it's just an empty, blank desert or snow area, it's a maze. Now, I would consider that a bad thing, personally, because one of the points of a maze is that you're supposed to navigate it. There's supposed to be some input, some gameplay involved in trying to figure out where you're going and how. The walls, I know this sounds fundamentally stupid, excuse me, but the walls are part of the gameplay in a maze, because you can see where you're going, and if you're paying attention, you can see where you've been. In a big looping area, you get neither. You just roam. Hope you're counting tiles. Favorite Earthbound song? Favorite Earthbound song? This isn't my favorite, I'm just playing it for you. Okay. You notice we haven't looped yet, Rose. Now, my favorite song is... If you've ever played Dragon Quest, you can play Earthbound, Yura. Flute was the first thing I tried. Oh, and let's see here. I don't have it. Anyways, let's round off the deep run. Just about every older game has some degree or another of walkthrough-itis. But I don't remember any particular issues with that in Earthbound, although You know what I could do is I could stop playing this game, pull up my audit sheet here, go over to walkthroughitis, scroll down to the RPG section. I like being organized. We did not give any negatives to Earthbound for walkthroughitis. We did to Dragon Quest 2 and 3. We gave 12 negatives to walkthroughitis for Breath of Fire 2. And I stand by that. Hang on. Lufia 2, Lufia 2. No, we did give 1 to Lufia 1, though. It's okay, Euro. We've gotten rid of the music. Now we can play the game. Yes. All game categories are now called Cletus. It's going to make it really hard to understand what we're talking about, but it will always be Cletus forevermore. Well, now we're in a Guts level. I don't have a Guts playlist. So... yes, my objective is to stop playing this game as soon as possible. I don't know anything. I'm just being told in chat what to do. I have no idea what I'm doing or why I care. How random is this? Pray tell. You're on DZ, Maven. Okay. Yeah, I'm pulling up a walkthrough. I can already tell you immediately exactly how this is going to go, and it's easy to explain because we just spent the last hour and a half doing it. No, Fife. It does not. We have plenty of precedents that historical significance does not make a game better. Or worse. I mean, Custer's Revenge has a lot of historical significance that could be negatives, which it won't be, assuming we ever review that. Yeah, Metroid 1 was an innovator. Doesn't speak much to the quality of the game in question, but it was definitely an innovator. Zelda 1, Mario 1, Fallout 1. Fallout 1 was one of the first CRPGs ever made, built off of the bones of the Gold Box era. I believe this is Returns? Yep, this is Donkey Kong Country Returns. Okay, we already got this. We already got that. We already got that. Pokemon 1 absolutely also qualifies as an innovator. Now, can you guess what game this is from? Yura. Anybody else want to take a crack at it? Which game this is from? Brigman's pretty close. It's actually World of Warcraft. Now, can you guess the expansion? Because each expansion has its own... I don't want to say sound font, because that's not true, but it has its own tone to it. BFA is correct. It was actually one of the random island songs for the expedition mechanic, which was a great idea that they abandoned and have never gone back to. Actually irritates the piss out of me. Expeditions were so cool. I will be giving many pluses to them when we get there. Even though it's an abandoned feature, it doesn't really matter because it's still good and it's still content that isn't PvP. You know what this reminds me of? And I swear this sounds like an insult. I guess I don't have a second part of that sentence. There's actually a term for it, which I did not come up with. It's called a second screen game. Even if you never heard the term, you're probably immediately like, oh, yeah. Second screen games have been getting more common lately, but they've always been a thing. No. The second screen is there to do something else. Watch a movie, maybe a show, you know, maybe some YouTube, maybe your favorite streamer. Get it. I'm just kidding. I know it's not me. Where is this stupid thing? See, Toyoya? I don't know if that qualifies, though. Doom 2. Easy answer. You know what this game reminds me of, Archeon? And I know this is coming at this from a weird angle, but bear with me for a second. Have you ever played Spore? Now, I should mention before I go any further, I am actually an unabashed lover of Spore, at least until you get to the Galactic stage. And one of the natures of Spore that I enjoy so much is how dynamic it can be. You were talking about exploring and finding random stuff, right? And I was, in my head, in the back of my mind, I was trying to process, all right, I've been handed the challenge, and let's be clear, it'd be a challenge, of making a dream game centered around exploration. Where would I go with it? And as I started to piece together a vague idea of some gameplay loop, what I realized I was coming up with was Spore. Now, not literally, but like more like this. Imagine if each game mode in Spore was something you can move in and out of, right? Imagine if you could go from the cellular stage to the civilization stage, and then from the civ stage over to, you know, there it is. Jesus. And then from the civ stage to the town stage, and the town stage to the space stage, and the save stage to the cell stage, and so forth and so on. And as you navigate, because there's a mechanic here that I'm trying to reach, and I'm having trouble putting into words, but it needs to be a little bit more Metroid. I know, you're making fun of me. It's okay. I accept it. I embrace it. I'm pathetic. This is Mega Man 8, by the way. As you explore the various game states, the various dream worlds, you get stuff. Those things unlock other things. But rather than being functionally keys, which is what this is, it's more Metroid-y, right? You gain access to the ability to dash through walls that are this width or shorter, right? Or you gain the ability to just kind of instantly draw objects towards you, regardless of if it's through something else or not. So there's this other area, right? Just hear me out. Let's say as you're going through a stage, you notice that there's some object or item or something, and it's contained in a space. There's no physical way to get in there. There's no way to get into that space, right? So you ignore it. You keep going and you move on and you do your thing. And you know, a couple of stages later, you get the vacuum ability, which allows you to pull things towards you. And there's a little built-in tutorial that shows you can pull stuff through walls. You realize what you can do with it. You go back a couple of stages, pull that item back through the wall. And now you have the ability to, you know, move through walls or something, right? You get it. And that kind of natural flow of progression could then inform how you navigate the game space. Now, all of this is purely gameplay, not narrative. But that, I think, is the direction I would go with this, given the capacity. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here we go. Exactly, Archeon Vale. No, I think Blade Travel is suggesting Moon Logic for a hypothetical other game in this same style. That ghost really wants to eat my brains. It's okay, I don't have any. I'm a lamp. See? Can't even find me now. Okay, if you can guess what game this song is from, I'll put $5 towards a game of your choice. No hints. Turning is a good guess, but no. Horror at Highbrook. I feel like one of my friends has played that. There it is. Yep, baseball. I think so, Arcanville. What the hell is baseball music, and do I want to know? You can dodge a face, you can dodge a ball. Did you notice we had to literally backtrack to progress forwards there, by the way? Did you catch that? I just want to be clear about that. Tales of Fantasia. Why do you want me to go up? Why is this a thing you want me to do? I apologize for the delay. Oh wow, it actually does freeze when I alt tab. Check it out. That's interesting. So let me ask you a question, Archeon Vale. Since you are our majority shareholder here by quite a margin, do you want me to review this game? Because I can review anything. I can review Tetris. I'm going to, actually. I can review a cat. Plus to purring. Negative to biting. Well, let's go ahead and start jotting down some thoughts, shall we? First story positive I'm thinking of, brickwork. Second story positive I'm thinking of, sprite work. First story negative I'm thinking of, brickwork. Second story negative I'm thinking of, sprite work. Third story negative I'm thinking of. Let's go with plot. Potential gameplay positive for Kit. We'll write that out as a question mark. Gameplay negatives. I don't understand the question, Dakota. The same way as you do with any game. Sure, Leitcheval. That's why it's also a positive. Do you remember the vast empty fields of nonsense and nothing? Do you remember the Neon Land? Or how about the first door we went in, which is the Mega Man 2 land? No, exactly, Dakota. But this is the first RPG Maker game we're reviewing, so we have to establish that. Let's start with guidance. Info in-game. And lack thereof. There's another one from this game. If anybody wants to guess what it's from. So we've got guidance, info in game, obviously walkthroughitis. We're going to go with graphics as a negative. I'm going to jot down traversal as a negative. We'll jot down overworld as a question mark. I think that's where we're at right now. Moving on. Oh, actually, there's also gotcha. Forgot about that. What? Okay, well, alright, let's go to the, I guess we got him right. Psychonauts was certainly unique, I think is the word I'll use. I should hope so, Archeon Vale. Otherwise, my opinion on a lot of games is completely invalid. I mean, I could go to the jugular of something like StarCraft 2, but even if you argue StarCraft 2 is an art, in which case I'm going to punch the crap out of you. I don't mean that literally. Local streamer threatens his own viewers. But no, like, even if you discount really, really good games as being art because they're not autistic or whatever, there's still games like Celeste. Hello. I suppose we haven't heard the in-game sound for a while. You know what? That's true. We have finally reached a point in human history where we've come up with video games that are actually not art. That's a real thing. AI-generated games. We finally made it. Took us a few millennia, but we finally managed to make something that isn't art. Oh, I know, Trahexia. Authorial intent. What was the authorial intent of this game? The answer is, of course, nothing. They were really, really stoned one day. Just, baked, right? Yeah, I've seen all the Mayan stuff. It's been a pretty common trend. No, you mentioned that, Mr. Ed. I found that in my own research, too. And I say this with legitimate derision. That interview is not particularly useful. It's probably a meme interview, and it's probably fine, but it doesn't help anything. Okay, hang on. So let's get our directions before we do this. Ah, okay. You know, we actually have precedents for giving negatives for for dev trolling. Thanks for that, Final Fantasy II. I don't remember which door it is. I'm just checking each one here. There we go. Let's go ahead and jot that down while we're thinking about it. I mean, FF2 is a pretty old game, Trihexia, but it's probably because we generally don't cover games prior to FF2 that do dev trolling. Like, dev trolling's an old concept that goes back at least to the 70s. A lot of arcade games were trolly specifically to try and kill you because, screw you, they want your money. This game is fantastic in Archimexis. This is the greatest mind-alteringly, celebratory, soul-engaging reanalysis examination of all proper paths through Celebrate, enabling one to truly be able to focus on the thing that enables them a proper comprehension and complex of the negative inverse id bounced off the graviton beam into the main deflector dish. You know what I'm looking forward to most? The YouTube comments. I've often said my YouTube comments are actually pretty good, and that's because they are. I've seen other channels' YouTube comments. I'm in, like, the top 5% of quality YouTube comments, no joke. So as much as I poke fun and deride my YouTube section sometimes, it's worth noting that's the overwhelming minority of comments that I get. I usually get people who are cool. But I have to remind everyone that when I did my first stream of Final Fantasy VIII, I had a screeching person who decided and derided the entire lore run because I wasn't doing any discussion of the fact that Cypher's coat was getting tattered more and more throughout the course of Final Fantasy VIII. That was the reason. I wish I had enshrined that quote and written it down somewhere. One of the villains gets a very minor visual change throughout the course of the game, which is their coat gets more tattered. Once. Yeah, that's okay. That's actually a good point. It's a metaphor, you see. Mental states, also known as boredom. Sorry. I guess boredom would be a mental state, though. So there's a validity to that. Mental states. Am I gonna get an answer? Oh, okay. No, I caught it, Yura. I admit I'm not... I don't agree. Let me go ahead and state that. But that's because I don't like the general concept. That is to say, I disagree with the fundamental principle of dividing art into real art and not real art. Don't mistake me, I get why people do that, but ultimately what that boils down to is some things qualify as art, like, say, The Godfather, and some things do not qualify as art, like, say, Star Wars. And I just don't agree with the base premise. You know what I mean? Like your exact example, Streets of Rage 4 is a solid game. What about it doesn't make it art, right? Now, I get where you're coming from, I just disagree with it. I think quality is something we should consider separate. There it is. Go. Oh, whatever. Art is something you know when you see it. If you have to define it, you probably are doing something wrong somewhere. The good news is we've already given the RNG a negative. Okay, 1 second. Nah, don't do that. Yeah, we didn't have much of a term for indie until... I don't even know what. Braid. Frickin' Braid. I wasn't aware this bed would even work. Or yeah, so sure. We've gotten this twice without meaning to, and now that we have the ability to do something with it, we're just stuck here. Of course. I love it. Do I want to go to sleep? Eh. Do I want to go to sleep? Eh. There we go. Okay. There we go. Oh, sorry, epilepsy warning. Because, you know, game designers hate your eyeballs. It actually does it even if you stand still. See? Just not as frequently. There are a lot of dead ends in this maze. This is actually what I would consider a badly designed maze, even if it was visible. Now we're playing Mother 1. Cool. Someone who is extremely high in Arkham Axist. Sure. Oh, they've got mega drugs out there. Oh, hello. Alright, who's ready for everyone's favorite part of the game? The red maze. This is what we call padding. We had successfully solved the maze by the time we did that last turn. But this entire lengthy section right here is pure padding. Look at this. Look at this. Hang on. Almost there. That's the last part of gameplay right here, is this branch. Oh, God damn it. I really... If this seems familiar, then we're just going back to right where we just were. are we? Why are we here? We've entered the brown era of gaming. By the way, we need to talk to a randomized NPC here. Somewhere. Why don't you do me a favor, Spartan? I want you to immediately fund a run of Mega Man 2 immediately after this, so I can realign my brain with something approaching coherent reality. Don't actually give me anything. I don't want it. I'm just... That's true. We did beat the Mega Man 2 stage. It's the first place we went to. No, I need a stage I can actually beat, Yura. I mean, there have been games like that in Oceans, unironically and unjokingly. I'm not even gonna get into Desert Bus. Desert Bus is a troll. The entire game is a troll. That's the point. That is what Desert Bus is. Anybody who says otherwise is a little bit too confused about where they were going with that. This is my life now. This is what I've devolved into as a streamer. Wait, hang on. As you can see, what this game developer is doing is a brilliant satire of the nature of how a great deal of older RPG games were designed around the script system, where you had to interact with a specific individual in order to then activate the script to allow you to progress to the next area. However, naturally, nothing indicated who that person was, and therefore all you could do was roam through town endlessly trying to find the exact person you needed to talk to. And at a glance, none of those NPCs are really distinct, and you don't care about their lives or perspectives or meaningless stories. All you want to do is be able to talk to the guy to go through the gate in order to access the blood swamp. So unfortunately, you're stuck wandering through town, endlessly and forever, trying to find the one specific NPC that'll allow you to progress. Hey, Yura. Pick a number between 1 and 11. 7. Okay. Hit me, Ghost Rider. I know I'm terrible. I'm sorry. I accept you stabbing me to death. Please, stab me to death. Please. Please, God, Ghost Rider, just end my misery. Be my angel. You know another bullcrap thing? And I mean this objectively. Like, I would consider this legitimately bad game design. One-way doors in a maze. Let me explain why. How many of you have ever played Zork? Now, I know that's a weird place to go with that, but just bear with me for a second. Actually, yeah, played them all. See, the thing here is, Zork was navigable. You know, go north, and then go east, and then go north, and then go east. It's a grid, right? So you can map it out. And one of the first things I did when I first played Zork was I got a piece of paper and mapped it out. It took me all of 5 minutes to realize that the map was bullcrap, because it doesn't follow logical sense. You know, this loops over here, and this goes up over here, and this goes over here, and only these, like, 3 tiles actually have any cohesion to them. And that's a problem. When you're designing a maze, you want the player to be able to navigate it, and you want them to be able to figure out where they're going. The very thing that one-way doors do is the same kind of problem we were talking about earlier with regards to not having proper feedback, right? In other words, you know, the invisible maze problem. In other words, if they can't see where a specific door goes, then they can't logically intuit where they're going. I feel like I'm explaining this wrong. Let me put this a different way. If you put in one-way doors or other things like that, what you have created is the possibility of a proper loop without any logic expecting it to loop. You know, if you go like this, then you've expected you've looped. But imagine if you do this. And you wouldn't expect you've looped, but actually you looped 3 times in that little motion I just did. Because of where and how it places those loops. Oh my god! So, what happened to elicit that effect is a random... You apparently missed it when I was making fun of it earlier. In that Shadow Town, a random NPC is selected to be the one to teleport you forwards. They all look exactly identical, and they all roam. So, the very first guy I talked to happened to be it. Oh, there it is. I had to reread that 3 times to find that typo. Ghost Rider, holy crap. Yes and no, Ghost Rider. I'll go ahead and give you credit on it, but like, it's always vaguely bothered me that they just kind of don't. Uh, yeah, why do I keep doing that? It's the second time I've done the exact same thing on that. They don't explain what the hell's going on with the Crucible. It's just a MacGuffin. How's it work? Don't think about it. Yeah, no. What I keep doing is I keep putting the total score and not the golden number score. That's my fault. That's my fault. I did that last time, Joe. 35, 29. Boop. It's because I usually edit the review page and the reviews page at the exact same time. I've never made that mistake before, though. I just made it twice in a row. I don't know why. Nothing off the deeper end. You have missed nothing. I will be right back. Okay. So, actually, I'm going to agree with something that Archeon just said. Completely. If this game came out today, nobody would notice it. At best, the best it could possibly hope for is some streamer randomly picking it up and making fun of it for a few hours. And that sounds harsh, which is good, because I mean it that way. What was different 20 years ago? Were you around 20 years ago? No, I'm good, Anosians. I'm good. Alright. Do I think this is pretentious? Okay. That's actually a really good question. Hang on, let me listen to this music. Okay, back into it. Alright, here, we'll go back to the in-game music. Oh, yes. See, the problem with this is, in my experience, and I mean this with total sincerity, it's hard to gauge whether or not a game is actually pretentious or not. Because, you know, pretension is about the intention of the creator. You know, Braid is pretentious, but we know that because we've seen the interviews from the developer, and he's pretentious as hell. Hideo Kojima tends to be quite pretentious. Another good example of that. So it's easy to point to those kind of things, but only when we have the behind-the-scenes information about the developer themselves. When all we have is the game. So, let me ask you this, because I think this is what it really boils down to. Do you think there's some greater intended and or thematic point to all of this? Yeah, Kira White Noise has already hit the nail on the head here. If this is just some game that they made either for fun, or because they wanted to screw around with RPG Maker, or because they just had a bunch of random ideas they wanted to get out somewhere into the world, that's fine. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with any of that. There's no pretension there. If this is intended to be some deep, philosophical insight into the reality of the universe, then yeah, that's pretentious as hell. Oh yeah, by the way, Last of Us 2. That's another example of pretension. This game is super woke. We're playing a female. Super woke. Oh my god, you're right, Blade Duvall. This game is anti-woke. Because we're asleep. Okay, those instructions were terrible. Like, okay. Do I gotta pull this quote out again? Do I need to? Is that where we're at? You want to know what pretension looks like? I'll show you what pretension looks like. $19.94. I have finally awakened the inner me, the true self. I am able to stare into my own soul hard enough to burn a hole in my psyche. I am now comfortable enough to stare at the real me, the true self, and burn the impression into my superego. I want to be in this comfort zone at any time, all time, or no time. The absolute irony and study of self-identification is what my id is telling. That's pretension. These farts are so aromatic. Yeah, no. Piss off. And that's from 1994. Because that kind of pretension has been around for a long, long time. Oh, God, I'm not sure where we came in from. Just savor the sound. Savor it. Savor it. Soak it in. No, I know where I am, but I'm not sure where I'm going now. I'm apparently looking for a gray gate. A gray gate. I mean, why wouldn't this place be a... Oh, that might be a... That looks vaguely grayish. Maybe? That's debatable. Okay. That doesn't look like a great gate. Whatever. That does, though. Okay. This is where I want to be. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hang on. I can use the lamp, but that would be slower. I can now see myself more than the game, though, so that's terrible. Okay, so how do you think we accomplish this maze? So right now, guess, how do we accomplish this puzzle? This is a puzzle, by the way. Anybody? Anybody? Any guesses? Okay, use the knife on the guy. That's horrific, but, you know, I'm with it. Stand in place a half a minute. Close. We have to sit on the bench for several seconds. That should be enough. Remember, there's no saving in the dream state, so if you screw up any of this, screw you. Alright, so now... you can go this way. Notice there's absolutely no real feedback there. The player's given no indication that anything's happening or changing. Yeah, Simon's Quest. I'm not holding back when it comes to something like Castlevania 2. I'm sure as hell not holding back for this nonsense. Yeah, considering... that's another thing. There's a lot of dead ends in this game. I've already noticed several and run into a few. And then there's things that look exactly like the dead ends, but also require you to do something in order to progress. That is called inconsistency. And inconsistency is bad when it comes to game design. A video game, at its very fundamental core, is a sequence of rules. Once you understand the rules, you can then process and work through those rules and understand how they interact in order to progress through the game. You hit this button, you jump. When you jump into an enemy from the top, you do damage to the enemy. When you jump into an enemy from the bottom, you take damage from the enemy, etc. Rules are important. You need to have rules, and you need to have consistent rules. Imagine if periodically you jump into an enemy and it just doesn't work the way it's supposed to. Or you hit the jump button, and instead of jumping, you dive. If you as a developer go out of your way to indicate to the player that a certain thing works a certain way, if you then do the opposite, you're just an asshole. And again, Simon's Quest, right? I mean, there's a lot of examples of this. They're both video games, Yura? Let's go with this. I mean, Simon's Quest does have a couple of things, that's true. We're actually pretty close to being done, believe it or not, my Kimono. I bet you can't tell, because there's absolutely no indication that we have progressed, other than the fact that we've gotten a bunch of effects. Okay, so we got that. Why would you want a plot in a video game? You Philistine! You're just not ready for the kind of brilliance and glory that exists within a game of this caliber and magnitude. I mean, I'm gonna type up more later, Mr. Red. Traditional reviews. I don't know if that's hurtful or like a compliment, Yura. I'm gonna have to chew on that. There it is. Hey, offshore Twitch account, give me one moment, please. I mean, IGN do definitely do something that could, under certain terminology, if you're really, really high, and we're playing this game, be considered a review. fresh reminder that they have been considered jokes in the review space for so long that they've been made fun of for that for 20 years. Simple Gamer and Lord Harrimont, offshore Twitch account. What does HAR stand for? I can't right now. I'm sorry. Thank you. Hit and run. Hi, Rax. I didn't even realize you were here. And thank you again. I got that for Super Lesbian Animal RPG, Simpsons Hit and Run, and I put it into the Time Splitters pile. I'm curious why Rax got summoned. What exactly did someone do on Discord to cause that to happen? Let's see. Or 9. 135 offshore Twitch account. Either way, I generally don't think of this game as pretentious, but again, that's because the game itself has nothing to do with whether or not the game is pretentious. And I don't know the mind of the creator. Starfield. That's pretentious. That's a great example, Kitten Fan. God, I didn't even think about that, but you're absolutely right. Spec Ops: The Line. That's pretentious. I kind of hate Spec Ops: The Line. It's not even that bad of a game, really. But, man. Yes, Mike Kamano. DLCs are almost, well, I don't know why I said almost. DLCs are always included as part of the game review. So when we review Shattered Space, probably after FF14, we will add it to the Starfield score and see if Starfield can win the prize of being the worst game I've ever reviewed. I'm looking forward to it. Evangelion. So, speaking as someone who despises Neon Genesis Evangelion, I don't think that would be pretentious from what I understand of the creators. I don't think there's any pretension there, but I could be wrong because I haven't researched the developers as thoroughly as I'd like before I can make such a justification. Oh, I can't stand it either. But again, that's not what pretension is about. The pretension isn't about the work in question. If I can use another example of that, I can't stand Chrono Cross. But it's not pretentious. And I know this because we've actually had quite a bit of behind-the-scenes material for the creators of Chrono Cross, most notably the writer, who was suffering from crippling depression at the time. And hey, Chrono Cross is about the inevitability of death and destruction and how nothing we do ever matters. Huh. Gee. Yeah, why is there a ghost, Archeonville? Go away, ghost. Nope. Okay, there's just a ghost. What am I doing? Sorry, I should pay attention to the walkthrough. What am I doing? Hang on. There should be a gray gate. Completely different from the previous gray gate. No Man's Sky is an interesting one, because I should mention, I like No Man's Sky now. I've actually played it quite a bit with PAX, and I hope to play it with another friend of mine someday soon as part of our co-op night. But No Man's Sky is pretentious as hell. At least on the behalf of some of its creators, who are way too stuck up their own asses. But that's a good example, because a lot of the games I've mentioned that are pretentious are what I would consider bad games. Whereas No Man's Sky is a game I would consider a good game that is pretentious. And again, saying the game is pretentious is actually inaccurate terminology. I shouldn't even say that. Because it's not. The game's a game. It's a collection of ones and zeros shoved onto a silicon chip. Hey, I like this music. Imagine being, as was called, pretentious. Imagine being the DJ for this soundtrack. It's still an extremely short loop, of course, and I'm physically incapable of reaching them. Just a little bit lost. Okay, no, I think I'm found. I think I know where I am now. Thank. I think I agree with you, Kin Fan. And that's pathetic, but I do agree with you. I don't even know what's required off Twitch account. I've never played Pikmin 2. I played 1 briefly, put it down because I didn't like it, and then I played 3 twice. Go up. Because I love 3. Well, it sounds like a whole lot of no to me off our Twitch account. Hell yeah, Rain36. Lie to me. Lie to me like you're French girls. Yep, that's a loop. Okay. I mean, it's okay, we'll just go back down, which is where we came from, and surely that won't loop. It'll lead us back where we had just come from. I mean, what kind of absolute monster of a developer would create a thing where there's a one-way door into an infinite looping void? What kind of horrible person? What kind of insane, megalomaniacal psychopath? God damn it. I jotted that down already. Inconsistency. Yep, it's right there. Fake sentences you only hear from a video game for 500 Alex. Where is the Sky Island? In the infinite wilderness. That's correct, Tommy. Tell him what we got for him, Bobby. A new car! You gotta go across the whole, what do you call that? Octave when you're saying that. Okay. Just for you, Archeon Vale. Hang on a second. Yeah, that's what we were here for. Hang on, let's find a landmark. Yes, looks landmarky. Very landmarky. Landmark vibes intensifying. No, not Overlord. This right here is your cohesive narrative. God, why does it move them every single time I do it? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. Here's your cohesive narrative. Sure, offshore Dutch account. So this is the thing. I thought that was the entrance to the Sky Island. It is not. I don't see anything that might indicate a Sky Island on this map. What, the pillars? Character design positive. No. Lord of the Rings meme. No. Hang on. That's funny. Do you see that? The script's trying to trigger. But it can't actually do it when you're on the bicycle. So you could go through here and never actually find it because you're on the bicycle because you're in an infinite void. And you're trying to go faster. Or maybe it just doesn't work at all. These are all possibilities. slowly turn to look at Archeon Vale. I guess you're actually up here. And now I'm homesick! Ah! God damn it! Okay. Okay. I think what I love most is how little sense this makes. Like, damn it, I wanted something that makes absolutely no sense, and by golly, this game provides. What? But... oh, I see it. I see it. God damn it, offshore Twitch account. Why would you do this to me? You were at my daughter's wedding. I trusted you, offshore Twitch account. Oh, something you should know before I die. I am actually a blueberry pie. If it makes you feel better, I'm not going to the Sky Garden. I wish I could save state. That'd be nice. Hey, RPG Maker, do you have save stating? Okay, okay. Thank you, offshore Twitch account, for the bits. I do always appreciate. Thank you. Hang on. So... ooh. Hitman Bloody R. Hitman Blood Money R. Rayman Legends. And Henry Stickmin. What tag does this game get? First game! No, this doesn't qualify as garbage. Garbage is kind of its own thing. It's kind of like the Lamentation tag, honestly. It doesn't necessarily give into something that's bad. It's given to something that's just kind of atrocious. You know? Something that arguably shouldn't even exist. And yeah, it's not offensive enough to be black licorice. It's offensive enough to have Mega Man 7 music. There you go. Just for you, Yura. Now, you wonder how bad the upcoming hurricane is. Check the Waffle Houses. And the really funny part is, that sounds like a joke. It actually isn't. It really, really isn't. Yeah, the Waffle House Index is a very real metric of severity in terms of weather and problems. Mine too, actually, Yura. Here, let's sketch ahead a little bit. Actually, yeah, Mike Tamano. Waffle House stays open, like, pretty much despite everything else. Unless it's something real. If it's something real, they shut down. And there's like a gradient of shutdown, too. If a Waffle House is completely closed, go home and man up or evacuate. One of the two. And I don't know why I said man up, like hole up, right? Barricade. That is real advice that has real life applicability if you happen to live in the Southeast. Yeah, but I'm not trying to go to the Sky Island. Okay, fine. Just for you. Everything's politicized. Spanish flu was politicized. Try to remember that when you think about how ridiculous politics has gotten. Also remember that was over a century ago. Sorry, offshore Twitch account. Jet Set Radio. So I've never played a Jet Set Radio game, and I have no idea about anything about them, offshore Twitch account. So I would have to do research, which would involve time spent actually researching it. Okay, anyways. Let's hear the amazing in-game music. Anyways. We literally need one more item. Let's just do this. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, apparently that's where the other effect was. Please tell me that next time. So anyways, now to repeat everything we just did. The walkthrough I'm using also assumes you reset every single time for some reason. I don't know why. Could be Dakota. Well, we're back to this music now. So that's cool. Oh god, I cannot imagine playing this without a walkthrough. I mean, I actually can. It would be awful. Yes, I have offshore account. A port of a port, but better than nothing, hopefully. No people falling through the sky today. Apparently we have to interact with the flower, but only once. I don't know what happens if you interact with the flower twice. Like, do you fail? Do you have to start all over and reset the day? Okay. If you haven't gotten your guesses in, well, this is your chance to do it. What? There we go. I'll give you a few seconds. Okay, that's plenty of time. Ahem. So, let's beat the game, shall we? So, we've gotten all kinds of stuff. How do you think we beat the game? And anybody in chat? Anyone? Any thoughts? Stop playing. No. That's a personal victory. Although, actually, let's save before we do this. No reason. If you really want me to show off Mars, I can. Now's the time to do it. You want me to? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? I don't care, so you must go. Mr. Ed, you didn't put any money towards this game. By the way, this is required to get to Mars. We're farming RNG, if you're wondering what we're doing. That's true. We spent a lot of time on Mars over the last 5 games. All 5 of them. I know who my money's on, Mr. Red. Currently trying to enter Inception. Actually, that's an interesting question. When did Inception come out? Oh, that's much more recent than I thought. I never saw it in theaters, so I wasn't sure of its release window. Yeah, unlike that head-on game. God! Which is canon. Here's a little insight into statistics. A lot of people have this weird mentality that if you have a 1 in 6 chance of something happens, that means that if you do something 6 times, it'll happen. That is not true. Statistics are not cumulative unless there's a specific external mechanism designed to make the statistics cumulative. We usually call those bad luck protection. By the way, this game could use some bad luck protection, which absolutely existed as a concept before this game came out, by like a decade. I know, Archaeaville. But yeah, for those of you who do not know how statistics work, a 1 in 6 chance means each time it is a 1 in 6 chance. That's it. That's all. Eventually it'll happen. Of course there's 1-256s in this game. Why wouldn't there be? Hey, okay. Where's the umbrella? There it is. Why is there a piano in here? You know, I feel like we just did a thing where we had to do an event where we had to get into a bed over and over and over to make something happen. I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting some deja vu here. I don't know the odds on this one. No, never mind. It says it's the same as Uboa. So that's 1 in 64. So, here's one thing I'd do to change this game. Either completely eject the RNG. Just throw it out the window. It serves no real purpose. Or, if you somehow are completely psychopathic and insist that there be a random chance in being able to do things or progress through the game, then build in bad luck protection. 1 in 64. And, well, there's actually a lot of ways to do this, but the easiest way to program by far, at least from my understanding of RPG Maker, would be 1 in 64. If no, then hit trigger, which puts it into 1 in 32. If no, hit trigger 1 in 16. If no, hit trigger 1 in 8. You get it. And yeah, some games will do this thing where there'll be an indicator saying, there's something you can do here, but you just didn't get it this time. Honestly, point-and-click adventure games tend to have that. Well, fun events aren't really necessary for the progression of the game, Evil One, so no. I actually already answered that in Discord, Spartan, but to repeat myself, I am either on Goblin or Crystal, which is on either Crystal or Goblin. I forget which. Having said that, we could argue a negative for the fun events because those generally shouldn't even be seen. Like, a normal playthrough will never see the fun events. By the way, you can't do this with the bicycle, so you have to do this moving as slow as possible. This is on you, Yura. I just want you to know this. What we're doing right now, and have been doing, this is 100% on you. That's not true. It's on the developer for not knowing how to program. I mean, this... Like we were just talking about, the fun events might get a negative, so this might qualify. Depends on what Mars is actually like. Absolutely sure we have nothing here. This is gameplay right here. That's what this is. I'm not sure I believe you at this point, Archeonville. Supposedly the lights should be dimming when we get into bed. You'll notice I've been waiting a second or two just to make sure to see if the lights start dimming. You know what? There's only one thing that can really match the intensity of this moment. No, no, no. You insisted, Euro. This is your life now. You did this. Leveling sleeping. Furiously under the covers. Listen, Doom Guy just does everything with furious intensity. Like eating cereal. Doomios, obviously. Or Demonos? Honey Frosted Demon Flakes? Nah, he wouldn't eat demon stuff. That's pathetic. 1 in 6! Yeah, that's about the luck we're having right now. Waiting at the post office. What, Archeon? Well, we'll adjust it. Make this even worse. Okay, that's... I just want you to understand. I am rolling a metaphorical D6 here. And I have yet to roll a 6. Oh, hey! Holy crap. Oh my god. Ugh, okay. I'm awake. What? Yeah, we rolled a 6. Odd. What do we do, Piano Man? What do we do? What do we do? I know exactly what we do. We murder him! Okay, so he's dead. Alright, now. That's what you get for not knowing how to play the piano properly. And now that we've blown up Mars, let's see here. This is Mars. Yeah, this is all very atmospheric and all, but I think I have slightly better music for this. You knew all along, didn't you, Mike Romano? Yes, okay, yeah. Holy crap, music. It's the piano guy I just murdered. Okay, so... we have come for your cheese. So anyways, this is Mars. I hope this is worth the extremely arduous and frustrating step to get here. Negative to gameplay. We could have Mike Romano, but Yura insisted that we see this piano monster and stab him. And by golly, I am to please. Oh yeah, how many replayability positives should we get this? So, we have an F14 player in chat. So, game. It's not working. Of course I have to be in the Nexus. Why would anything make any sense? Okay. And then we commit suicide. What? No, no, you're missing it. That's not the dream. We wake up from the dreams, walk outside, and then commit suicide. Because I have absolutely no idea why, to be quite honest with you. Oh, no, it makes perfect sense. They had to play this game, so naturally they committed suicide. And that was Yume Nikki. So I'm going to do something really, really boring. I'm going to actually pull out the audit sheet and go down as if this was any other game. And we're going to take a look. We're going to see what we think of this. One moment, please. Yeah, yeah. Before I actually go through and do the boring aspect of categorically giving positives and negatives to this game, if I can give a brief one sentence thought about this game. From the perspective of the player, that would be me, by the way, what is the point of this existing? All that has happened is my time has been wasted. That's it, and that is all. However, before you think me being too harsh, if I can go ahead and add something here, one of the things that I do actually think is, let's call it relevant here, is that this, more than anything else, feels like a game that someone made to vent. You ever do that? Bash out a song, or just smash, a story out, maybe draw something, maybe paint something, for the purposes of venting. Just getting all of that confusion and pain and lack and fear and pouring that out into something else and pushing it away from yourself and just chopping it off from yourself, right? Now, this is, of course, pure speculation, and how the hell would I know? But if you put a gun to my head, I would say that's probably what this was. So I cannot actually say that this game has no purpose, only that it has no purpose to me. So, here.
Which is...
Have an entertaining Fallout speedrun while I go be boring for a minute. This is by Tomato Angus again. Because this is just this is just where we're at now. Come on. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. No, I'm good, Mr. Red. There you go. This is during the GDQ 2020 run. I highly recommend this. It's one of my best favorite speedruns of all time.
I believe it's
Like this individual run.
No, cathedral. We go to the cathedral.
I'm gonna shut up and be boring for a few minutes.
There's a nuclear warhead inside of there, and we pretty much just need to blow it up. So yeah, this is another wasteland segment, and we will have probably another 20 seconds before we get there. So if we have time for a donation.
All right, we have a $500 donation from Vault Dweller 84 that says nothing a machete can't fix.
Very nice. How about one more?
We also got a $50 donation from Project Zero that says, is there anything better than coming home from a long day of work, cracking open an ice-cold Nuka-Cola, catching the Fallout speedrun, and donating to fight cancer? I don't think so.
There definitely is not. And with that, oh, another encounter. Okay, that's fine. Once we get closer to the cathedral, I'm pretty sure we get more and more encounters because different terrains have different encounter rates. And now we're at the cathedral. So here, right when we get up here, we actually need to level up because we're going to be doing a lot of lockpicking and a lot of speeching and a lot of sciencing. So we need to get our speech around 130-ish, I'd say. That's fine. Science, we need to get up really high. And lockpick, just because it's a pain otherwise. I'm sure we'll fail a lot of lockpicks because we always do. And when we're in this area, we're actually going to be doing a lot of combat glitching because there's a lot of enemies in this area. Not able to pick the lock. There's a lot of enemies in this area, and we just have to constantly enter combat to make sure they don't attack us. Like there's a dude right in this corner, so I enter combat again, there's another dude in this corner. Enter combat again, there's another dude in this corner. Open this door, however, and we'll talk with this guy, and he will bring us to his master, who we will skip his dialogue by just entering combat. And we're just gonna make a complete beeline towards the nuclear warhead, and we're going to science it. And along the way, there's a bunch of nightkin walking around, and this guy's actually gonna try and talk to us, but if we just press 0, he won't talk to us. So that works. Forget exactly how that came to be. I think we theorized it to be like a dev tool, but it was left in the game. It was technically taken out of 2 eventually, but we changed one of the files so it's back in 2, because we use it once to talk to the president. We'll get there when we get there. Pretty much right now we're about to ride an elevator to get up to a warhead, unable to pick the lock. That'll be a common theme in this game.
Maybe if you science the door first.
No. But we are about to science another thing after we pick another door. So over here is this is the trigger for the nuclear warhead. And as soon as we go to arm it, first I'm gonna enter combat to get by these 2 nightkin. As soon as I go to arm it, these 2 dudes will attack me, so I have to try and time it precisely so that I enter combat as soon as I finish arming it. So let's see if it takes me less than 5 tries. I got it first try. All right.
Wow, nice.
All right, that was, I'm impressed with myself. That never happens. All right, so now we just have to combat glitch past all these dudes who are just having a powwow in their bunker. Once we're out of their combat range, we're gonna run up here to this elevator. And then that original dude who we talked to in the purple robe, he's gonna talk to us again. And he's gonna say, hey, what are you doing down here? You shouldn't be down here. And say, oh, don't worry about it. And then we walk out again. And then it's about to explode. And then we make it back to Vault 1, or Vault 13, and the overseer's like, hey, you did a lot of good work, but you're not allowed back in because you're contaminated. And that's the end of Fallout 1.
Wow.
Woo. So, now Fallout 2. This game has more RNG than I've experienced in traffic in real life. It is incredible. So, one thing also when I'm running around in these games, whenever I access a door, like here, I quick save as soon as I open them, and that skips the door animation. So right when I load up the game, I get that set up by just making a quick save real quick, just so you're aware. Every time a door opens, it's because it's going very fast. So let me rename our person. Chocolate, yeah, I spelled that correctly. All right, and this is the start of Fallout 2. Now, the story of Fallout 2 is we are actually the descendant of the hero from Fallout 1, and we are living in the town of Arroyo, and we need to go and figure this, pretty much the equivalent of what we were looking for in the first game, which is the GEC. And more or less, we will get it, but we have to do a bunch of other things like toppling a government along the way. So,
you know, everyday things.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Okay, there we go. There, that time I picked the lock. Okay, maybe I didn't. The door appears to be locked. Lock pick. You deftly picked the lock on the door. Here we go. Now, there we go. All right. That was first boss of this game. And same thing, so Fallout 2, the combat glitch actually doesn't work. Except for very rarely, you might be able to mash just fast enough for it to work, but it's not free like it is in Fallout 1. So you actually have to deal with enemy, you either have to be clever with how you run around enemies, or you just have to trick them by wearing the same clothes as them, and they'll think you have really good fashion, and they'll let you buy. But in this area, this is the Temple of Trials, and this is pretty much where our village Arroyo is like, all right, you're old enough now, let's see if you actually are you, and stuff like that. So instead of fighting this dude whose name is Cameron, we just talk with him, and he's like, oh, thanks, okay, bye. And this finishes the Temple of Trials, and now we are out in the wastes, and we are going to make a beeline towards San Francisco. And for reasons that we don't know now, but we'll know later, it's part of
It's a classic for reasons,
We're
Active.
about to go to the world map, and the first thing you're going to notice is that we move a lot faster than Fallout 1, and we got an encounter right away, which is great. Let's just wing it. Yeah, there we go. I was actually able to combat glitch that, but it goes much faster on the world map than Fallout 1, and that's because of another oversight in development that was actually patched out of the game. But
I think more people are curious
the game, they gave you
than
the
anything else,
option to
Archeon.
enable it, so we did that.
Oh, I just realized it's still super quiet. I'm sorry.
Over here, we're going to pickpocket this vendor named Lao Chu. We're going to take all of his coins from him, and he will seemingly not notice. And we're going to try and buy a bunch of things from him. Let's see what he has. So we need some items that will lower our intelligence, which he didn't spawn with. So we're just going to buy one plastic explosive from him right now. And we need to refresh his inventory. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to go out in the world map and waste 4 days. So in the top right corner, you see the dates. That's about 4, sure. Okay, that's a little
Remake,
more.
getting fan.
So we're gonna speak with him again, see what he has as an inventory, and we don't really have a lot of caps right now. There we go, we wanted mentats, that's good.
Okay.
All right, perfect. This will be playing by the skin of our teeth in terms of items, but it works. So Lao Chu has the items we want, but we don't have the caps he wants, so instead, that plastic explosive we bought from him a week ago, we're going to arm it and try and
I
get
hope you enjoyed.
Hopefully
Especially
that
you,
will give us
Archeon.
more credit.
I warned you like 3 or 4 times.
So now we have to heal ourselves, and healing ourselves actually fast forwards the game by I think 10 minutes. And that is enough time for the 1 minute duration that we armed the bomb for to pass. And unfortunately, he didn't.
Well, that was the one I was most worried about, was the
He
original.
accepted it
so.
again there, and we need him to die. You know if he
We'll
dies
see.
if he goes face up, which he's face down there, so he's still alive. So I don't know how you survive a bomb in your pocket, but that's just Fallout 2. So we're gonna keep trying to get store credit from him. Let's see if this.
Yeah, Euro would be tearing my head off this whole time.
Now, it's not over yet though, because he might. Okay, perfect. Okay, now it's over. There we go. Because we need him.
How is it anyways, Dakota?
Power armor. And he didn't.
I haven't had a
spawn
chance
with
to poke
power
at it yet.
armor. And sometimes you'll try and kill him for 5 minutes, and he won't spawn with power armor, and you're like, what have I been doing this whole time? So now that we have bombs, we're going to go and confront a man named Ken Lee. And Ken Lee is a part of the Shi Empire in this game. And they are mortal rivals of the Habologists, who are kind of a cult in this game. And pretty much we need to get on the good side of the Habologists because they have access to a ship called the PMV Valdez, and that will take us to the end location in the game. So in order to do that, we're going to try and get store credit from Ken Lee.
So, you mentioned replayability, Mr. Ed. I'm not sure if you meant that sincerely.
2 bombs is kind of risky because he has 90 health, and the bombs on average do 45 health. So it's about a coin toss whether or not he's gonna die. So I'm gonna sneak and heal myself again, which passes 10 minutes. Let's look in the bottom left corner. He was hit for 36, which is pretty low. We need a good roll on this.
I mean, there's a reason I asked you if you even wanted me to review it at all, Archeon, because it really was your call. So that's the mandatory
hands
thing
off.
again, Dakota.
Come on, Ken, I'm doing you a favor. He didn't like that, so
That sounds like Breath of Fire
is
2, Mr. Red,
the most annoying.
which I believe is like our
NPC in
7th
any
worst
video
game we've ever reviewed. I'm joking.
this
I think it's actually like
exact
10th.
Okay, there we go. Let's see if it was enough.
Not this time, I'm sure, Archeon Vale.
Sneak. The reason why we
I really only have one thing to say about this game, and I already said it. This feels like a purging game.
there we go. The reason why we sneak, there we go. We sneak because normally all of his friends nearby will freak out and be like, yo, who's attacking Ken? But if you sneak, they won't notice until the second explosion, because if you crouch, explosions aren't as loud. Common sense. Come on, guys. This is known. So right when I finish that, I'm going to make a quick save, and then I'm going to load a save I made earlier, exit to the world map, quit to the main menu, load the quick save, and now we're at the world map as the quick save character. That's called a save warp. And it's pretty much a way to get to the world map quickly. And here is the Hubologist. And like, you know, they're Hubologists, they're a cult. So we have to dumb ourselves up to be able to converse with them. And it brings our intelligence down to, I believe, 1 right now? Oh, 3. 3 is poor, so that's, yeah. You need poor intelligence to talk with the guys in the cult. And actually, if your intelligence is too high, this is the leader of the cult. His name is Oz9. There's a whole bunch of side quests in this game.
What's your reasons, Mr. Red?
And it's like kind of Wizard of Oz themed, but their names are spelled A-H-S, but he's Oz9. And we're going to tell him that we killed Ken Lee, who kind of serves, he's a representative for the Shi Empire. Or for the, he's a representative for the Shi Empire. And these guys don't like them. So because we killed them, he's like, oh, that's pretty much the same as killing their leader. You can take the PMV Valdez, you're good to go. But if your intelligence is too high, this guy's like, what's your game? And then he won't help you. So yeah, you have to be dumb to talk to these guys. And once we exit, again, going to do a save warp.
Chosen.
And while I'm here, yeah, that's nightmare fuel for sure. Now we're in the PMV Valdez, right? And while I was on the world map, similar to how I passed a bunch of time to.
So I'm looking at some of the comments on the announcement for this game. A couple of comments. Incredibly legendary game. Talked about video essayists constantly. Every indie YouTuber I follow has brought it up in a video essay at least once. Constantly referenced by people who do video essays on indie games. I don't know what to add to that. Here's my big analysis. Having heard that, you're right. Let's get rid of it, Keon. Oh, hang on. Let's try that again. There we go. There we go. I'll give 1 replayability negative for that. I actually do agree with you, Mr. Ed, but only the 1, I think. So, hang on. Let's get appropriately doomy music for this doomy song, this doomy game, shall we? This extremely, terrifyingly horrible music. See, now I have to do a joke, don't I? Damn it. No, I'm not doing a joke. I just want some actual doomy music. Here we go. Perfect. Points if you get it. So, I know that some people only skip to the very end to hear my finished thoughts and the golden number and stuff like that. I wanted to go ahead and share this thought here for those of you who do that. I mentioned this earlier, but you get it. This is a terrible game that feels like it's not really for us. This is a game that feels like it is for the person who created it. Someone who needed to get out thoughts or ideas, or just wanted to play around with the toolkit with RPG Maker 2003, or maybe they were actually feeling suicidal, or maybe they were depressed, or maybe they just had unprocessed thoughts and feelings they just wanted to express it somehow. A purging game, as was pointed out in chat earlier. And honestly, I'm 100% in favor of that. Really. And the fact that it took off and helped inspire other people? Cool. Absolutely. Yeah, it feels like someone's very dark feelings at several points. And yeah, the fact that the game kept being developed for years and arguably is never actually finished is another variable in top of all of this. Maybe they got better. Maybe they got help they needed. Maybe their life turned around. Maybe something worse happened. I don't know. Shrug. Either way, that's my big YouTube essayist analysis right there. If you want me to dig deeper into it, I got nothing because it's a bunch of disjointed thoughts that have nothing to do with anything. It's dark feelings expressed into a direct visual and audio format. which makes for an extremely aggravating and frustrating game to play, which brings me to the score. Now, for those of you who are just joining us, especially on YouTube, I actually specifically asked, do you want me to even review this? We could have just sat down and played it and moved on. The answer was a solid yes. So if you'll give me a moment here, I'm going to go ahead and add a couple of lines for this. No, I got dinner coming in like half an hour, Spartan. Yes, it is, Magister. Very good. I don't really have a franchise to put this in, so I'm not going to put this on the... or not a franchise, excuse me. A genre to put this in, so I'm not going to put it there at all. But I am going to do a couple of things. So that is... oh, let's get rid of that. A net -3 to story. Apologize. There we go. And a net -24 to gameplay. Its own genre. I'm not adding an extra sheet for a genre I am never playing again, Mr. Ed. There is no real point or purpose in doing so. Is everyone good? I think we're good. Awesome. Thank you. This is 100% getting the coffee tag. I don't think this is black licorice, as weird as that sounds. Indeed, the whole point and purpose of the black licorice tag is to be the kind of thing that we will never stream, right? That's why, like the accidental playthrough of Fran Bow was kind of it was an accident, like I just mentioned. It was not supposed to happen. Anyways, give me one moment. I want to look something up here really quick. So like I said, -3 to story, -24 to game. Good God. I don't know what to say to that. But we're looking at the golden number, right? Let's see what this is down there by. That makes sense. So that is, one moment, 0.75 negatives per hour to story, and 6 negatives per hour to gameplay. That's pretty bad. I'm not going to lie to you. That is a 33% ratio of positives on the story axis and 0% ratio on gameplay. I actually, the thing I was specifically challenging myself when I was going through the audit sheet just a few minutes ago was to see if there was any specific category that I had missed that might actually qualify for positive territory. I did not come up with anything. Giving us our final golden number of, drumroll please, negative. This is funny. 70.31. And for everything I said earlier, I stand by that review firmly. For a bit of perspective, that puts it right alongside games like The Bard's Tale, Shantae, the original, and Fallout 1. It's not as bad as something like Just Cause 4 or Breath of Fire 1, but it is worse than Lufia 1, Diablo 1, and Modern Warfare 2 are. That's not great. Now, here's the funny thing. On the guessing sheet, at first I thought it would go to offshore Twitch account by 0.01, but actually because it's -70 point something, then that means it does actually go to offshore Twitch account because it's slightly higher, and therefore, yeah. Nobody guessed quite that far down, amusingly enough. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, how do I review this? Bad. Now, hang on. Just for the hell of it, recently someone asked me to ascribe the color system to our golden numbers. Because obviously it's not a linear gradient, right? If I was to make purple 1,346, then like 80% of the games I've ever covered would all be greens, right? So, no. Instead, I sat down. Hi, Alex. I sat down, looked at the list, and I was like, okay, what defines a purple? And I just kind of searched my feelings on it to what I knew to be true. And I came up with anything above roughly... Oh, where was I? I was just staring at it. Anything above roughly 160. That's purple territory. And I wanted to get that out there because something that I've heard people say a lot, especially this year specifically, is people who see a game that scores 242 and think, oh, wow, that's pretty low. No, it's not. That's extremely high. Please don't be... I understand that we have covered some of the best games ever made, but don't let that dissuade you from the fact that, once again, 160 and up is purple territory. Not red, purple. And then red goes down to... what did I come up with for that? I think red went down to like 90-something. Yeah, right around here at 90. 90 dead. So 90 to 174, that's red territory. And then orange is down to about 60-ish. Probably about 60 on the dot. And then yellow is 60 to 0. And then 0 to, and I actually figured this out, 60 to about negative, where is it? 30 is green. Negative 30 to negative 120 is blue. Below negative 150, that's black. That's lamentation territory. And if you look at the list, and as I'm doing right now, that's about right. That's where that lines up. Anyways, thank you very much for the sub, Alex. You didn't put it towards anything, but please put it towards something. I mean, you don't have to. Thank you for not actually watching this stream. I don't want you to hate me. Actually, we have several games that are black. In order from least bad to worst bad. Wolfenstein Youngblood, Star Trek Shattered Universe, Drakengard, Age of Sigmar, Metroid Other M, Kingsfield 4, Mega Man X7, Quest 64, Devil May Cry 2, Starfield, and Secret of the Stars. We have 11 Lamentation category games at the bottom. Which this isn't even halfway down there. Once again, giving some perspective onto this. Like, this game would qualify, I believe, as a blue, but that's it. Either way. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and chop off the local recording. So for those of you on YouTube, I'm so sorry.